All right, Tom, we're good to go. Thank you so much for coming again. And everyone, thank you so much for either coming live or watching on YouTube or watching the recording for this virtual vigil, the 2023 Memorial Day service. Today is the first day of Veteran Yoga Project's annual Light a Candle campaign, which will last all month and end on PTSD Awareness Day, June 27, where Tom will join us again. So I'll put that information in the chat, but I'll go ahead and just give the mic virtually to Tom. Thank you so much for being here again. Anyone, by the way, if you'd like to honor anyone during the service, feel free to add that name to the chat, and we'll be repeating those names throughout the day with different hosts. So thank you so much, Tom, for being here. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much. We're going to be guiding you through a meditation experience today. So, and also just in the spirit of today, honoring those who aren't with us any longer, who have sacrificed and have sacrificed in the name of something greater than themselves, right? So we're honoring those who can't be here. As you know, if you weren't here for the talk, we talked about honoring those by living a full life and a fulfilling life. And, meditation is a way that we can connect to ourselves and honor ourselves, right? So today's practice I put together, we're going to be doing a couple of breathing exercises. We'll be in a seated position today. So if you're in a chair or on the floor or wherever you feel most comfortable, right? So if you need anything to be as comfortable as possible, how we're going to kind of run this is I'll guide you through some breathing exercises, and then we'll just kind of sit for a little while and we'll just kind of see what comes up or see what's there. And then I'll guide you through another breathing awareness exercise or another body awareness, and then we'll just sit. And then each time we'll get a little longer, right? So we can kind of drop in a little deeper and really just kind of experience what's present, right? So the first breath we're going to be doing is straw breath, right? Which is a normal inhalation through the nose. Exhale like you're blowing out through a straw. I'll demonstrate quickly before we get started. Just normal inhalation. Exhale, blowing out through a straw. Nice and simple, right? This is a nice, simple breathing exercise, balance the nervous system out, right? So we'll start with a grounding exercise. So find a comfortable seat. Straight spine, making sure that the head is free. It's not resting up against anything, just so we can maintain our awareness. Close the eyes down if that's comfortable for you. And so I'll take a deep breath in. Exhale, letting it go. One more time, deep breath in. Letting it go. And bring the attention and the awareness to the top of the head. Just resting the awareness and the attention, the space a few inches above the head. Moving down to the space between the eyebrows. Gently resting the awareness and the attention, space between the eyebrows. Moving down to the tip of the nose, just noticing the breath in and out of both nostrils. No strain or struggle around breathing. Relax the jaw. Moving the awareness and the attention to the pit of the throat. Taking a deep breath in. Exhale, relax the shoulders. Moving the awareness and the attention to the center of the chest, also known as the heart space. Just noticing the natural rise and fall of the breath with the awareness of the heart space. Moving down to the navel point, again, just noticing the breath. And finally, the base of the spine, just noticing the weight of the body sitting on the earth, grounded, secure. As you breathe in through your nose, fill your lungs fully and completely without straining. Now, start exhaling through softly pursed lips as if you're blowing through a straw. Let it be a prolonged, steady stream of breath and empty the lungs completely. Breathe in completely and breathe out completely without straining. Each time you exhale, empty your mind of all anticipations and empty your body of all tensions. As you inhale, fill your heart with joy. Continue to breathe with constant attention and attached awareness. Each time you inhale, drop into a deeper level of silent awareness and experience the balancing and relaxing impact of the parasympathetic nervous system. Breath is calm. Mind is silent. Body is relaxed. heart unconditionally open. Now return to your normal breathing and turn your attention inward. Let your detached awareness embrace all experiences unconditionally. Now, bring your total undivided attention to the eyebrow center and drop into the deepest level of silent stillness, peace, and harmony. Now become aware of the rising and falling of the breath. Simply relax and observe the breath. Notice if the breath is fast or slow, deep or shallow. Whatever's happening, simply relax and witness the breath. Now, gently deepen your inhalations and exhalations. Stay connected to every breath in, every breath out. As you inhale, know that you are inhaling. As you exhale, know that you are exhaling. Now we will inhale and exhale to a count of 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Continue on your own, counting silently. Find your own rhythm, soft and easy. Release any struggle to make anything happen. If any thoughts come into your mind, simply bring your attention back to the count. Feeling yourself becoming more relaxed and peaceful with each breath. Breath becoming longer, slower, and deeper. Tranquility, stillness, and peace washing over you with each outgoing breath. Now breathe normally. Observe the breath becoming very quiet and still, almost non-existent. Let the breath breathe itself. Sink down into the silence beneath the mind. Let go of any effort to make anything happen. Now bring your breath into awareness and become aware of your natural breath pattern without trying to change or control it. Just watch and observe the movement. You may find that the breath is fast or slow, deep or shallow. Whatever's happening, simply relax and witness the breath. Remain connected to every breath in, every breath out. If any thoughts come into your mind, just let them go and bring your attention back to the breath. Now feel the breath is becoming very quiet, very still, almost non-existent. Feel a profound sense of peace descending over the body and the being. Allow the mind to let go into it. Merge into oneness. Now follow my guidance as we begin the mantra breath. Breathing in fully, let the belly rise on the inhalation. As you exhale, let the belly fall as you complete the outgoing breath. Continue with long, slow, steady breaths, emptying the lungs completely. On the next breath in, silently breathe in the word peace to yourself 3 times until the lungs are full. On the next breath out, silently repeat the word peace until the exhalation is complete. Breathing in, peace, peace, peace. Breathing out, peace, peace, peace. Continue until asked to stop. Breathe easily and naturally as you repeat. Deeply engaged, completely absorbed. Feel every cell of your body deeply hearing and receiving this word. Now breathe normally. Notice how the energy of this word is transmuted into sensation in the body. Let go into it. Let go into the silent stillness, expanding everywhere. Coming back to the breath. Back to the body. Let's take a deep breath in. Exhale, letting it go. One more time, deep breath in. Exhale, letting it go. And if you're comfortable bringing the palms together at heart center, just taking a moment for gratitude today. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Peace, peace, peace. Peace to all beings and peace to all of you. Namaste. And slowly and gradually taking your time, opening the eyes. Everyone doing okay? Got a couple thumbs ups. Very good. Any questions from anyone or anything comes up or anything they would like to share before I leave and take a moment? No? Hmm.
Thank you, Tom, so much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you everyone for participating.
And everyone, we're going to continue to hold space for the rest of the hour and covering the moment of remembrance, 3 p.m. across all time zones. So if you can come and go as you please, please continue to put names into the chat. I'm taking note of all of those, and we will periodically repeat all of them as well during this Memorial Day.
Thank you all so much. Thank you all for holding space too.
Yeah, of course. We'll see you next time, hopefully.
Yes, yes.
Bye.
Peace.
So before we move on to the next practice, I would like to go ahead and read a list of names that we've received from multiple sources, and some are from veterans that I teach locally here, and some have been submitted on the chat or on YouTube. So please continue as you feel is appropriate to add the names to the list of the people who are no longer with us, but people who will not be forgotten. And these people include Lawrence P. Sikora, Charles Adams, Lenny Hellenthal, Henry Crawford, Charles Belgan, J.J. Leonard, Louis Bridlebow, Gary Robinson, Douglas Ray, Brad Jensen, Alan Oppenheim, Steve Nicholsberg, Edward Looney, Kirk Kramer, and Andres Toth. John Bresnahan, thank you. Thank you all for holding space for all of these people and for all of the other people who haven't been named, but are also being held dear in their communities on this Memorial Day. Some more names coming in. Matthew Mean, Alberto Montrand, thank you. For the next short period of time, we will go through a breath-focused meditation. My name is Alexandra. I'm the Director of Training Programs for Veterans Yoga Project, and this is one of my favorite yoga and mindfulness tools because no one knows you're doing it. So it's one of those tools that you can carry anywhere with you, whether you're in or outside of a yoga class. And that, to me, is what makes yoga tools and mindfulness tools so effective and special, is that you can take them anywhere you are. You don't have to go to a certain place to be able to access the feelings and the effects that you might be receiving or experiencing during the practices. So to start, find yourself in a supported position, and that might mean you move from where you're currently resting or reposition your body in a way that feels more supported or comfortable. For some people, that means sitting down. For some people, that means lying down or finding a favorite spot on the wall to stand, or even walking around the space that you're in. There's no one certain way that this has to look. So make it work for you, for what you really need right now, even if that's not stillness. And adjust and shift any way that you need to so that you can become even more comfortable. Maybe you release your hair from a hair tie or take off your glasses. Do whatever makes you feel like you can relax.
If that's not stillness.
Good. And you might be in an environment where you hear other noises and distractions, or you might be in a relatively quiet place, and maybe either of those situations might feel uncomfortable to you or very distracting, and that's normal. There's no requirement to stay perfectly focused during the entire practice or to reach a certain goal or a certain mental state. Really, the point of these practices is just to get better at noticing, to make your thought processes and your reactions and your breath and the sensations of your body a little bit more predictable as you repeat these practices over time. So I invite you to come into this exercise as simply a practice. This isn't anything prescriptive. Allow yourself to just arrive fully and to experience whatever you are going to experience. Some people might call that a beginner's mind, where you are open to the possibilities of what the experience might give you, even if you've done a lot of yoga practices. So roll your shoulders down away from your ears, allow your head and your neck to get softer and heavier. Maybe quickly scan your body with your mind. See if you are holding any accidental tension in your hands or your feet. I know I hold a lot of tension in my jaw or my belly. Maybe check these places, check your eyebrows. See if you can smooth your eyebrows and your forehead a little bit more. Find more of a expressionless face. See if you can release tension in your hands or your feet or your belly. Let your shoulders fall away from your ears. And then fix your gaze on something ahead of you. Maybe today you are lighting candles like we are. And if you're lighting a candle, maybe attempt to fix your gaze right on the tip of the candle flame in front of you. Or you're free to look at the screen and to gaze at the array of candles we've arranged for you. Or maybe your eyes are closed. Whatever makes you feel the most comfortable is what you should choose. See if you can settle into whatever position your body is in, even just 1% more. Good. And then start to bring attention to the way your breathing feels today. I know it's common to feel a tendency to try to change your breath as soon as you notice it, right? There's this human tendency to want to grip tighter and control and look a certain way and feel a certain way, but see if you can just let it be passive. Your breath coming in and out of your body without any thinking or doing at all on your part. And take a few moments to just notice what that feels like. For your breath to come in through your nose or your mouth, down your throat, into your lungs. Notice when you inhale how your lungs start to expand and grow and fill up. And also notice as you exhale how your lungs feel or where you feel that the most. Watch the air escape. Your lungs might feel like they're coming together or closing or deflating like a balloon now. Watch the air leave your lungs and leave your throat, out of your mouth or your nose, and just notice those sensations as well. And you might notice you've already become distracted with your mind. That's normal. That's just a mind being a mind. Each time you notice you've stopped paying attention to your breath, bring your attention back. And you might do that 1,000 times in the next couple minutes. That's really normal. Just keep becoming aware of how your breath feels over and over and over. It's also normal to start to notice other qualities of your breath as you pay attention, maybe more subtle qualities that you didn't notice before. What's the texture of your breath? Does it feel smooth or choppy today? There's no right answer. It's just something to notice. Notice if your breath feels more smooth or more choppy. Notice if it feels easy, or does your breath feel labored today or constricted today? And that's okay. Just be aware of that. You might also choose to be aware of where your breath is moving your body the most. Do you notice you're breathing low in your belly, or is it higher in your chest or in the sides of your rib cage? Where is it moving you the most? Good. Keep bringing your attention back to your breath. Use this part of your body as an anchor for your attention. Just like you have support underneath you from the floor, under your feet, or the chair under your body. You might also acknowledge your breath as support from within you. Something that helps you move through your day without any effort or decisions on your part. Your lungs and your body breathe for you. If it's within you, you might notice a sense of gratitude for this process. Good. And now, without changing anything, begin to count the length of your inhale and exhale, just as it's occurring naturally. There's no goal or perfect ratio or amount of time that is correct. So notice the pattern and the speed that your body naturally likes to follow, that feels natural for you. And again, you might notice distractions, maybe from sensations in your body or thoughts in your head, or things externally in your environment. These aren't bad. You're not doing anything wrong. Just notice that you've been distracted, and then bring your attention back to your breath. Simply counting the inhales and the exhales. Good. And now I'll invite you to start to engage with your breath in a more intentional way. So if it's accessible to you, if it feels safe for you to do so, I'll invite you to simply extend your exhales to be slightly longer than your inhales. And again, there's no certain way that has to look. It might feel half a beat longer or even 1 or 2 beats longer. Find the pattern that works for you the best. Inhaling naturally, passively, watching the air come into your body, and then exhaling easy, longer, a little slower than you normally do. You can continue this pattern of breath, or at any moment, you can decide that you want to be done with that and you can let go of it and return to your natural breath. But if you choose to continue with this type of breathing, this extended exhale, we'll continue for a few more moments. Continually bringing your attention back to your breathing, whether it's passive or using an extended exhale. Noticing sensations, not judging it, not forcing it to be anything other than what it is. Good. If you haven't already, I'll invite you to release that practice and return to your natural pattern of breath. Take a moment to observe anything left over from your practice today. any remaining thoughts or sensations or feelings. Maybe you notice nothing. That's okay too. Just be aware of that. Continue to breathe and notice. Staying mindful as you begin to bring attention back to the rest of your body. Noticing everything underneath you, holding you up. Notice the sensations in your spine. Notice if any of that unnecessary tension has returned to parts of your body like your hands or your feet or your shoulders or your eyebrows, and inviting that tension to release just a little bit more again, even if it's just 1% more. Continue to breathe, continue to be aware of your breath as you gently wiggle now your fingers and your toes to let your body wake back up again. And let that be small and gentle at first. And it might feel good to turn that into something bigger, maybe rolling through your wrists and your ankles. You might take a big stretch like you're a cat waking up from a nap. I'll invite you to bring your hands together in front of your chest and to rub them together to make some friction and heat there. And once that feels warm, you can place your hands either in a prayer position with your thumbs touching your chest, or you can stack your hands on top of your chest so that you can notice that feeling of heat near your heart. And if it feels okay, look down or bow down towards your heart. And this motion is in gratitude of yourself. So give yourself a sincere thank you just for showing up today, for holding space for yourself and others on this Memorial Day, for remembering those that we've lost, and giving yourself some compassion for whatever you might be going through today. Please accept my sincere gratitude for each and every single one of you for supporting yourself on this day and also supporting Veterans Yoga Project just by showing up. It means a lot to us as we continue on our mission to support recovery and resilience in our veterans and military families and the communities at large. As you're ready, your hands can come down. Let your eyes flutter open and up if they haven't already. And that's been another short practice. Throughout the rest of the day, we'll be experiencing multiple practices. So feel free to come and go as you please. We will be here for about another 3 hours today so that we cover 3 p.m. local time in all of the continental US time zones for the National Moment of Remembrance. Again, it's your option, your choice, but if you'd like a certain name to be called out loud today, please don't hesitate to put it into the chat and I will add it to our list. And we will be periodically repeating those names today. Thank you all so much for coming. We'll take a very short movement break for those who have been maybe still for a short period of time, and then we will have another small practice. Oh, thank you, Lala. I see that your medevac crew from Fort Benning will recognize them, even though we don't know their names. Thank you so much. Thank you, Sean and Debbie and Martha, so much for coming. And I hope these practices have been helpful for you. We also have yoga and mindfulness and meditation classes happening during our normally scheduled Monday programming on the VYP app, which is a no-cost app that you can download, and you can meet a lot of our other family, a lot of our VYP teachers from all over the country, many of whom are veterans themselves and really wonderful people. So please access that if you're not able to stay with us, but you want to practice again today, or have another breath practice or another meditation today. You can access our YouTube page for recordings. VYP has a lot of different services on SoundCloud. So please, if you have any trouble finding a service that's going to work for you, don't hesitate to email us and let us know so that we can help you at info@veteransyogaproject.org. And I've seen even some of our teachers and family have been coming in and out today. So thank you all so much for coming. I've been seeing you. I'm not going to call out each and every single one of you and embarrass you. Oh, thank you, Trish. I'm glad that this has been helpful for you. Thank you so much for coming and sharing space with us today. I appreciate you. I'm glad this is helpful. So just a friendly reminder as we kind of come to the top of the hour here, that today is Memorial Day 2023, and it is the first day of Veteran Yoga Project's Light a Candle campaign, which is a month-long campaign that we do every year. That starts with Memorial Day and then ends on PTSD Awareness Day, which is June 27th. We've already had a keynote presentation from Tom Voss earlier today, AKA the Meditating Vet, who's also an author and has been in the documentary Almost Sunrise. And we will be screening that documentary later this month on PTSD Awareness Day with him so that he can discuss it, and we can have a live Q&A at the end to talk about his experience in not only in combat, but also his experience coming home and dealing with moral injury and PTSD, which is what a lot of our veterans are experiencing and a big part of why VYP is here. So please, if it's interesting to you or if you're willing or able, please join us. You can find that link on our Zoom Events Hub, or you can go to www.veteransyogaproject.org/LAC, stands for Light a Candle. And you can find tickets there to join us. It's going to be a really special way to end Light a Candle this year. And on that same website, you'll be able to see all of the local and virtual events that we will be hosting all through the month that help Veterans Yoga Project financially, but also help to build awareness and education around not only those who have lost their lives during service, but also those who take their lives after service. So thank you so much for joining us today and for continuing to support Veterans Yoga Project through the rest of the month. And we are honored to support you through these services that we offer. And I'm so glad you're here today. So again, my name is Alexandra. And let's take the next couple minutes to maybe experiment with another practice that you may not have tried before. So the previous practice was called Extended Exhale, and kind of blended it together with what's called a breath awareness meditation. You can do those together or separately, or you can combine those with any other types of yoga practices that you like to experience. So take these little mini sessions today as little trials, and I hope something is useful. And if not, we have many others that we can offer. So take what you like and leave what you don't, and that's okay with us. This next practice is called a mantra repetition practice. And it is a fairly simple tool that can help with mental attention and focus, and in our experience working with veterans can help a lot with anxiety and many issues related to PTS and TBI and all these other disabilities that that a lot of our veterans are experiencing now. So I hope that this is helpful for you, and really all that it involves is you picking and repeating a phrase over and over and over with intention. It does not have to be anything in particular. For some people, it's most helpful to repeat a prayer they grew up with, or some kind of phrase or affirmation that they use often or think serves them well. But if you don't have one in mind that you'd like to use, I'll, of course, offer something for you to try to just see if it helps. So to begin, find yourself again in a supported position, whether that's sitting or standing. Maybe you're walking in a circle mindfully in your living room or outside. Whatever you choose to do with your body right now is fine with me. You should be at your ease and feel supported. Do your best to release any unnecessary tension that's not serving you right now. That might be in your hands and feet and your extremities, or it might be a tightness in your chest or your belly or your face. Or if you can identify something like that in your body, maybe you can allow it to release 1% more. Even that can make a huge difference. And if it's the type of tension or sensation that just doesn't like to let go or refuses to let go, we understand that as well. And it's not something I would encourage you to fight. I would encourage you to simply notice it and accept it as part of the whole picture of who you are right now. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just how it is. All those parts of you, whether you like them or not, whether you think it should be like that or not, those parts are all welcome here with Veterans Yoga Project, just like all the other parts. So thank you for coming and for bringing those parts of you with you. Start to allow your attention to settle more on your body and the air around your body. You might first notice the outermost shell of your body, the parts of you interacting with the air around you. So notice that kind of bubble of air around you, and notice where the air is in contact with your skin. And you might notice kind of a temperature difference or a texture difference between where air touches your skin versus where clothing covers your skin. Be aware of anything that's present. Notice wherever your body is in contact with what's underneath you. Notice your spine and notice your breathing and how they support you from within. Your spine being that long structure that holds you up right in the middle, and the breath being what holds you together and also allows you to move, expanding and contracting and moving you forward and backward, or however you're experiencing your breath right now is fine. Just notice that. Good. And begin to watch your breath coming in and out, and there's no need to change the pattern or change the sensations of your breath. Only be aware of how that's moving in and out of you right now. And if you choose to practice your mantra repetition, I'll explain how it works a little bit, and then I'll give you an example, and then I'll allow you a short period of silence to practice on your own with your own breath. And as usual with a Veterans Yoga Project practice, everything is optional. You showed up and that's the hard part, and maybe you want to stop there and that's fine, or maybe you want to stop before I prompt you to stop, and that's great too. You are the master of your own practice, so allow yourself to be your own teacher and just to try this practice and see if it offers anything that you might take with you. If you haven't already chosen a mantra to use, or a prayer, or whatever you like to use, I'll offer this. Simply, I am at peace. And here's how it works. You will start to repeat your mantra using the rhythm of your own breath. So if it's short, like just the word Om or the word gratefulness, you might repeat it multiple times on both your inhale and your exhale. But if it's a long phrase or a quote, you might break it into two pieces. The first piece you repeat on your inhale, and the last piece you repeat on your exhale. So for example, inhaling, I am at peace. Exhaling, I am at peace. Or inhaling, I am. Exhaling, at peace. You can use whichever pattern suits you the best. Begin to repeat your mantra using your own cadence, using your own breath in the way that serves you the most. Keeping in mind there's no correct pattern, there's no correct phrase, there's no goal or mental state or ultimate place you should be going. Just repeat your phrase to yourself using the pattern of your own breath for the next short period of silence. And you may already notice that you've become distracted from other thoughts in your head, or by falling asleep, or noticing distractions in your environment. And that's normal. Each time you notice that happening, bring your attention back to your breath, back to your mantra, over and over. Take the next few minutes to finish the round that you're on. Take your time. There's no rush at all. And once that round is complete, release your practice. Be mindful now of your entire body and your breath. And notice anything left over from your practice today. Keeping in mind, you might notice nothing, and that's okay too. Be mindful again of whatever's underneath you, supporting your body. And carefully begin to wiggle your fingers and your toes to let your body wake back up. Let that be careful and mindful at first, something small and easy. And then maybe it becomes a little bigger, moving your wrists and your ankles in circles, or stretching your limbs out in a way that feels natural or necessary to you. Become aware of the room that you're in again, the space that you've been in this whole time. Notice what you see and what you hear. Notice the air around your body again. And once again, I'll invite you to bring your hands together. Maybe you rub them together to make a little friction and heat first, so it feels warmer and more tactile. And then you're free to place your hands close to your heart somewhere, maybe in a prayer position with your thumbs touching your chest. Maybe you like to stack your hands one on top of the other. And bring your awareness here now to the space around your hands and your heart. See if you can bring to mind a sensation of gratitude, or even just the idea of what it would feel like to be grateful. And know that we at Veterans Yoga Project are forever grateful for each and every single one of you. We are here to serve you and to serve our veterans and military families and communities. So thank you for making space for yourself today on this Memorial Day, which is not always an easy day, but it is a day for us to be together in community and to remember the people that we've lost. So as you continue to move through this day, please take these practices with you. Take your breath with you. Take your mantra now with you if it was helpful. And if it wasn't, please leave this practice behind and try something else that you think is working better for you. But whatever practices you choose to participate in, know that Veterans Yoga Project wants to support you. So please let your hands come down, let your eyes flutter open and up, and let us know any way that we can support you in your local community or online. We have services and practices happening every day, all over the country with our amazing family of volunteers. So please keep in touch. Please let us know where you are and how we can serve you. And please continue today to put the names of the people you'd like to have remembered and held space for in the chat. We're still keeping track, and in just a moment, I'll be reading that list again before we have another teacher come on to hold space for us a different way. Thank you all so much for coming. Please go about your day. I hope you find some grace and some peace today. And we will be here still for the next just over 3 hours, holding space for every time zone in the continental US during the National Moment of Remembrance, 3 p.m. your local time. And if you can't be here for the vigil, please join our classes on the app or on SoundCloud or YouTube recordings or whatever is available for you. That's why we make them, so that you don't have to be here live. But thank you all so much for those who were able to carve out some time today and were available. It's so great that we could be together. Thank you so much. One more time before Jamie takes over, I want to read this list of names. Lawrence Sikora from the Army, served in World War II. Charles Adams served in the U.S. Army in World War II and Korea. Lenny Hellentrahl served in the Army in World War II. Harry Crawford also served in the Army. Charles Belgian. Served in the U.S. Marines in World War II and Korea. J.J. Leonard. Served in the U.S. Marines. Louise Criddlebaugh. Served in the U.S. Air Force. Gary Robinson. Served in the Army in Vietnam. Douglas Ray. Also in Vietnam. Brad Jensen. Served in the U.S. Army. Edward Looney. Kirk Kramer. Andras Toth. Alan Oppenheim. Steve Nicholsberg. John Bressahan. Matthew Bea. Alberto Montrine. These are just some of the names that we're holding space for today. They're gone, but they're not forgotten. Please, wherever you are, the option to light a candle for the names that you're holding space for. Please allow Veterans Yoga Project to hold space for you. This is Memorial Day 2023. And the first day of this year's Light a Candle campaign, which is a month-long fundraiser, but also an awareness campaign where we host in-person and virtual services all over the country, spread the mission of Veterans Yoga Project, which is to support recovery and resilience in our veterans and military families and communities. So thank you all so much for being a part of this community and for being here today on this very important day. Take a moment to move or adjust yourself in whatever way supports you. And in a moment or two, we will be hosted and led by another member of the VYP family, our president of the board. His name is Jamie. Navy veteran in California and a really stand-up guy. I'm so glad you're here, Jamie. So before he begins, please make yourself comfortable, take a break. If you're choosing to stay, great. In just a few moments, we will start another practice. Don't forget, you can add any names that you wish to be held today in the chat. Or if you're watching on YouTube, you can comment and add that name to the comments and we will add it to the list. Thank you all so much for being here and for letting us support you today. It's been an honor. For those who are just joining us, welcome. This is Memorial Day 2023. And we are Veterans Yoga Project. This is our 8th annual Light a Candle event, which is happening at the National Moment of Remembrance, 3 p.m. local time all over the country today. We're holding space for those we've lost during service, but also we are holding space for those who have taken their lives after service, as this touches many of the lives of the people that we serve, our veterans and military families and their communities. So thank you for joining us today and for the rest of the month. We had the privilege of being joined by Tom Voss earlier this morning, where he spoke about moral injury and PTSD and his own experience in combat and experiencing loss during combat and his experiences after he came home back to the US, and how the practices of yoga have helped him turn his post-traumatic stress into post-traumatic growth. So please find that recording on our YouTube channel if you're interested. And please join us again with Tom at the end of June on the 27th, where we will be hosting a screening of the documentary explaining his trek across the country and his experience moving into meditation practices and mindfulness practices and how they helped him. Tickets are available on Zoom events, and it would be our honor to have everybody join us. He's a really wonderful presenter and someone who you might be excited to meet, and there will be a Q&A session afterwards as well, where you can ask him more pointed questions if you have something. So please join us. But today, Memorial Day, we are holding space for all of you. So please light a candle or turn on a fake candle to be safe in your environment. Or if that's unavailable to you, maybe just in your mind, hold that flame. Notice the churning and the heat of the inside of your body, keeping you moving forward, and use that as your flame today. As we light a candle, not just for the names we've been reading today, but also for all of the names that are lost but not forgotten. Thank you all for joining us. We'll be starting in just a minute with another practice for you to experience. Please come and go as you please. We will be here for the next couple hours, and this is all being recorded as well if you want to tune in later and revisit a practice that helped you today that you might want to try again. Again, for those who are just joining us, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us today and for allowing us to support you on this Memorial Day. If you have a name that you'd like to be read, please add it to the chat, and we will be adding it to the list of names that we will repeat multiple times today. So thank you in advance for any of those.
Greetings to all of you on this solemn day. This day when we pause to honor those who died in active military service for our nation. As Alexandra mentioned, we also honor those whose deaths may have taken place on the battlefield, but in other places. We honor those who have died and served. We honor all those who served with honor in the military service of our nation. My sensei taught me that when I strike the bell, that you give it 3 gentle taps to wake up the bell before you strike it. He spoke of the preciousness of the processes used to forge these bowls in the high mountains of the Himalayas, where fuel and oxygen are rarities, where much love and care goes into the forging, the making of these bells. So we always honor the bell by the 3 gentle taps to bring it awake before we strike it. In a similar manner, this day, we ask you all to just take a few gentle moments to tap your memory, to tap the remembrances of those in your lives who we honor today, who served our nation. For me, this day is particularly poignant because I think of 2 family members of mine that are laid to rest in the National Cemetery in Fort Logan, Colorado. My father, Alvaro, who served during the Korean era from 1950 to 1952. His military service changed his life. It took him from being a common field hand, a laborer who traveled from the south of Texas north every summer following the crops, into a tradesman, into a mechanic. And he cherished those skills and the military discipline that he learned in those 2 years of service for the rest of his life. The impact of those years set the trajectory for the rest of his life. Because from that day forward, he labored with wrenches and tools and kept people's cars serviced and running. But the discipline that he learned in the service was never far from his mind. Our discipline as children was often harsh and strict, but it was direct and fair. As I recall my youth, many of the men who were significant in my life, my school teachers, my scout leaders, community leaders, all shared a common bond of military service. in a little town in Colorado where I grew up, a little town called Commerce City. This day, all the veterans would gather, aligned with their brothers at the American Legion, the VFW, the American GI Forum, and they would all proudly participate in a Memorial Day parade to commemorate their service. It was a day of great honor and great pride for all of them. It is those men and those women that we salute. For every person that served had a family that supported them, had a wife, a spouse that kept the home fires burning while they were away. For us, the military traditions formed a common bond in our family. The second person that I honor this day is my wife, Karen. My wife was born in Western Washington, grew up in a little town called Walla Walla. And for her, the way out of that little town, of a family life that wasn't the best, was to serve in the United States Army. She had served in her high school's ROTC program during her high school years. So she knew the drill, the ceremony, the pomp, the circle, all of the traditions around serving. I met my wife at language school, straight out of high school, and we were students together. I, a young sailor, she, a squared away soldier, and we studied, learned, became friends, very rapidly married. And so on this day, when I think about my wife, interred in the columbarium at Fort Logan National Cemetery, Denver, Colorado, I give thanks for her service, for her dedication, and for her love. And as a reminder of my own mortality, when I visit her at Fort Logan and I see her columbarium and the niche where she rests, the blank niche next to hers has a blank marble plate. And when this incarnation of this body of mine ends, my cremains will be placed next to hers. So I always have in my mind the impermanence of my life, and that my eventual resting place will be next to the woman I love, next to my father, surrounded by fellow service members. So this Memorial Day, I especially focus on Corporal Alvaro Islas and Spec 4, Karen Islas. My camera is focused on the candle burning before us. I burn this candle for comfort, for the freedom that I enjoy because of the sacrifices of countless others before me. I burn this candle as a symbol of hope and a symbol of faith, of hope in the greater good that will come from the selfless sacrifice of those we remember on this day. It burns as a symbol of faith and belief in those noble, high virtues which we aspire to as a nation. However imperfectly we achieve them, it is through the aspiration and the drive to achieve those noble values that these men and women gave their lives for. I burn this candle as a light in the darkness and the depth of the grief that we feel this year for the loved ones no longer with us. I burn this light as a candle in the darkness for the grief that we feel every day. For us, every day is Memorial Day. I burn this candle to affirm my belief in the everlasting light of the Spirit and the memories of all those who died in active military service. At this point, I'm just going to invite you to join me in just sitting, just breathing, and just allowing all of the sensations of the day to arise within you. I'll ask you to become aware of the sensations as they occur, the memories as they occur, and to just breathe. And I'll invite you, if your body allows and if you're willing, to just sit with me. And we'll do a couple of short breath practices just to honor the life that is within us and recall the gifts that we received from the lives of those who we honor this Memorial Day in the year 2023. So if you can, just find a seated place, comfortable, placing your feet comfortably on the floor, crossed, whatever, whichever position is comfortable for your body. I invite you to just sit and notice support of the earth beneath you. Notice support of your spine as it holds your shoulders, your head, your body erect and strong. Notice the sounds around you, the silence around you. Notice the breeze, the temperature wherever you are, the sunshine. Just notice all around you this world that is living, breathing, moving all around you. And as you sit, I'm just going to invite you to shift your focus from the outer world to your breath. No need to change the pace of your breath. Just going to invite you, if you will, to try to notice the sensation of the breath entering your body, perhaps through your nostrils, perhaps through your mouth, whatever is right for your body. Notice the breath coming in. As you focus on that inhalation, it's going to notice the effect of your body, that gentle inhalation, perhaps a subtle rise of your chest, fullness in your lungs, an expansion of your belly, whatever. Your breath, your body. Just note the sensations as you breathe in. Then notice how automatically every inhalation is followed by an exhalation. The cycle of life continuing in your body. The rhythmic outflow and inflow. Air into your body. Notice, if you will, as you exhale, sensations in your stomach, sensations in your abdomen. Or as you exhale, your belly is pulled back toward your backbone. Your lungs begin to empty, perhaps from the bottom, then the middle, then the top. And the breath issues out of your body. So just notice this cycle. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. As you breathe in and out, just notice the subtle movements, your body, perhaps your shoulders, your abdomen, your rib cage. Just notice. No right, no wrong, just breathe. And now I'm going to invite you to just change the cycle of your breath just a bit. What I'm going to invite you to do is consciously begin to change the cycles of your exhalation. And the way we're going to do that is by breathing in for a count of 1, 2, 3. Then I'll ask if your body allows to just pause, feeling the fullness of your lungs, and then gently, intentionally, slowly begin to exhale for a count of 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Pause. Exhale. 4, 3, 2, 1. Pause. We'll do this for one more cycle. Breathing in slowly, intentionally, for a count of 1, 2, 3. Pausing. Exhale gently. 4, 3, 2, 1. And pause. Breathe and breathe and breathe and relax. For those of you that are regular practitioners with us, you should know that part of our focus in VYP, one of our tools, is to control and focus and be aware of our breath. We teach our students and we practice on ourselves. The reason that you breathe in for a count of 3 and out for a count of 4 is that when you're breathing out longer than you're breathing in, you're relaxing more than you're agitated. There's so much science, so much reason behind our practices. And as we practice that first, most elemental tool, controlling and being aware of our breath, with practice, we begin to know that we can control our bodies just a bit. Sometimes in the depth of our grief, when we cry, we wail, our breath becomes short, body becomes labored. We acknowledge that pain, we acknowledge that hurt. We greet the tears as an expression of our love. But then we slow our breath, focus on our inhale, we focus on our exhale, and we let the emotion take its place and move on. As we breathe in and we breathe out, we use that tool, our breath, that practice, our breath, to give us a bit of control over the grief that arises on its own. So breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. And as you breathe in and out, find your natural rhythm. Just going to invite you to take one hand, either hand doesn't matter, dominant or non-dominant, and just placing that hand somewhere, either on your thigh, on a surface, wherever. Just place that one hand on a surface and begin to focus, become aware of that hand. Perhaps make a small circle with that hand, noticing the texture and the feel of the surface below, whether it's your thigh, the texture of your mat, texture of a tabletop or countertop. Just notice. And as you make those small circles, just become aware of the sensations in the palm of your hand. Note the interplay of the heel of your hand, that big fleshy part at the back of your hand. Notice the fleshy pads underneath your knuckles. Notice each finger, and your thumb, feeling the sensations of the table beneath you, your thigh, of the mat. Just notice. And then pause your hand very gently. Note the warmth that you generated. Perhaps that warmth will give you comfort to counteract the grief that we feel as we miss our loved ones this day. I'll invite you to just begin to vary the pressure of your hand. First, perhaps pressing the base of your hand near your wrist, and just gently press into the surface. Slowly, gently roll your hand outward along the edge of your hand toward your little fingers. Slowly let each fingertip come in contact as you roll from your little finger to your ring finger, to your middle finger, to your index, and your thumb. Just feeling the pressure change as you put different pressure on your hand. And then just pause and note the sensations in your hand the differences in pressure. And shifting your focus to the thumb of that hand, gently press downward and release. As you press downward with that thumb, breathe in. Release the pressure. Exhale. Again, press down with the thumb. Inhale. Relax. Exhale. Shift your focus to your index finger. Once again, as you breathe in, increase the pressure on the fingertip. As you begin to exhale, release the pressure, that index finger. Pressing down again, the tip of that index finger as you breathe in. Exhale and release the pressure. Shifting your focus to your middle finger. Press down and breathe in. Exhale, release out. Index finger or middle finger again, press down as you inhale. Release pressure as you exhale. Switching your focus to your ring finger. Press the tip of your ring finger into the surface as you breathe in. Release the pressure as you breathe out. Ring finger again, pressure down, breathe in. Relax the pressure. Exhale and breathe out. Switching your focus to your little finger. Press down and breathe in. Relax and breathe out. Little finger again, press down. Exhale and release. Now with all four fingers and your thumb, press down and breathe in. Pause for a moment. Feel the tension. Exhale and release. Release and relax. Very gently shifting the pressure of your hand to the fleshy part of your hand on the outside of your palm. Slowly roll your palm from your little fingers toward your wrist, coming across the bridge of your wrist, just pressing with the heel of your hand against the surface. And breathe in and press. Exhale and release your hand. This short demonstration was our second tool of our VYP approach, of our toolbox, that of meditation, becoming aware of our bodies, seeing the sensations of movement and breath. What grief, what trauma, what loss does is it disconnects us from our bodies. And simple exercises like that finger pressure exercise combined with your breath brings you back into the present moment, lets you know that you can trust and connect with your body. Once again, just breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathing in and breathing out. Just going to invite you in whatever sitting position you are, to just gently begin to move your shoulders just a bit. Nothing exotic, nothing hard, just kind of roll your shoulders, do whatever natural movement feels good. And slowly, keeping your back straight, your head erect, just take your right shoulder, and if your body allows, I'll ask you to try to just raise that right shoulder just a little bit, bring it toward your ear and lower it. Breathe in, raise the shoulder. Exhale, lower the shoulder. Breathe in, raise that shoulder up. Breathe out, let that shoulder down. Take a couple of breaths and just note the sensations. Was your body telling you that this is a joint? These are muscles that perhaps need a little attention, a little care. Just become aware of that body as you do these gentle movements, aligned and synchronized with your breath. And I'll ask you, if you'd like, to try seeing what happens if you take your left shoulder. And again, with your head erect, just raise that shoulder up just the slightest bit and let it fall. Raise that shoulder and let it fall. As you raise the shoulder, breathe in. Relax the shoulder, breathe out. Breathe in, raise the shoulder. Exhale, lower the shoulder. And just breathe, relax. Do whatever little bit of natural movement, a little shimmy, a little shake. Nobody's watching. Just shake your body just a bit. Celebrate that we are alive. That we are breathing. Now, if you can, if your body allows, I'd like you to try. You can, you wish. Take your right hand and slowly feel it rising like a feather, rising like a feather, coming across your body. And let that right hand come to rest atop your left shoulder. Just pause there and notice the movement. Notice sensation in your shoulders, in your elbows, in your wrist, and in your hand. Feel the warmth of that right hand on your left shoulder. Just notice, no right, no wrong, just gentle movement. And very slowly and gently, releasing that right hand, just let it drift like a feather, falling across your body, descending, 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 coming to rest where it started. Just take a breath and relax and breathe. Breathe and relax. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. As you can, I'll invite you to shift your focus to your left hand, to your left hand, and slowly feeling that left hand perhaps seem lighter and lighter and lighter. Feel it drift upwards, 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 bringing that left hand to rest on your right shoulder. First note, was this movement different or difficult easier than moving your right. And one teacher taught me that the sides of our bodies are siblings, they're not twins. We often have different flexibility in one side of our body from the other. So just notice as you'd sit there with your left hand cupped on your right shoulder. How does that shoulder feel? The left shoulder, the right shoulder, the elbow of your left arm, the wrist of your left arm. Just note the sensations and breathe. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. Very slowly and deliberately. Loosen the grip of that left hand and let the gentle pull of gravity take that hand back to its resting place and relax. And as you breathe and as you notice, I'll ask you to notice this was the third tool for our BYP approach to recover from trauma and build resilience, that of gentle, controlled movement, where we ask you to become aware of the muscles as you move, where we challenge you to perhaps take positions or movements that might feel uncomfortable at first, just as coming to grips with trauma and grief are sometimes painful. But through practice, we can integrate those feelings, those movements into our bodies and into our lives. And with that gentle movement, we can begin to recover. We can begin to become stronger as we breathe in and we breathe out. As we breathe in and we breathe out. And now I'll invite you to join me in a couple of moments of rest, just sitting, just relaxing, melting into your chair, melting into the floor, melting, relaxing. Note that as you are relaxed, the chair supports you, the earth supports you, that you're surrounded by support so that you don't always have to be strong. You can relax and you will be held by the earth, by the chair, by the ones you love. You are supported. You can relax and breathe. So just take a couple of moments to breathe, to relax, to breathe. Resting, secure in the knowledge that the earth supports you, that your family supports you, that your brothers and sisters in arms support you, that all of us in the Veterans Yoga Project support you. Just relax and rest and relax. Just notice as you relax the sensations in your body from the movement. Notice the sensations associated with the memories that have come forth this day. The sensations of the sorrow for those who are gone. the appreciation for those that remain, the care and concern we have for those who are bearing the silent and invisible wounds of war. All of the pain, all of the sensations, just feel them and just breathe. Just notice them and breathe. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in and breathing out. And as you breathe, as you relax, I'm going to invite you, if you'd like, to join me in bringing your hands up to your chest, either one hand laid upon the other, or one hand pressed, or two hands pressed palm to palm. And invite you to notice the warmth and the pressure of your hands. The right hand atop the left, or the left atop the right, doesn't matter. Just notice the warmth shared between the two hands, between the pressure on your chest, a gentle pressure, a reassuring pressure, just that touch. And imagine, if you will, below your hands, inside your chest, those lungs and that heart working together to nourish and cleanse your body. Perhaps with the warmth and the pressure of your hands, you'll notice the subtle sensation, the gentle rise and fall of your chest, perhaps the steady beat of your heart. Just notice sensations, whatever it is that you feel as you press your hands together. Feel the pressure and the warmth of your hands with the beat of your heart. And imagine the beat of that heart radiating outward through your chest, beating your hands. Note the union, the movement, the action, the warmth, the pressure. And then, if you can, feeling those sensations, I invite you to think one memory, one thing that's right and good in your life this day. On this Memorial Day, perhaps we remember with love those that have died, those whose names we've called out today. As we think of those good things about them, I invite you to join that memory and mix it with the movement of your heart, with the warmth of your hands, the pressure on your chest, and perhaps this sensation, this amalgamation of sensations and memory and movement, something like gratitude. As we feel gratitude this day, we give thanks. The example that our loved ones showed. We can give gratitude for the feelings that we hold for them. And As you feel that gratitude, I'll ask you to just relax your hands, relax in your chair, and just breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and breathe out. As the sound of the bowl dissipates, we know those movements, those air molecules that made the sound are radiating outward to eternity, never ending, just moving. As we think about the eternity of that movement, of the infinity of that expansion, on this day, we salute and acknowledge that every person that we recall was a member of a family, a member of a group, a member of some community. So when we honor the memory of that fallen one, let us recall that no one truly lives alone. That the loss of one is a loss to a family, a loss to a group, a loss to a community. Every person that we acknowledge on this Memorial Day, 2023, each person was a brother, a sister, a son, a daughter, a parent, a sibling, and so forth. We're all connected. And as we share the loss, let us share the strength that comes from our community. Let us remember our dedication to honor their memories, to keep their ideals alive, and do the best we can. On behalf of the VYP family, it's been my honor to share this time with you, to share with you the 5 tools that make up our VYP approach, fostering recovery and building resilience. We appreciate each and every one of you so much as we come up and as we approach this national moment of honor, 3 p.m. I'll ask you all to just take a moment to sit and breathe in silence and honor them and know that we are united in their sacrifice. We are united in their memories. We are united by our love. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie, so much for holding space for all of us and for offering that practice. That was lovely. Thank you for those who have come to share space together, and welcome to the folks who are just now joining us. And farewell to the people who are leaving for the day. Thank you for coming, and we hope that some of the practices here today have been helpful tools in guiding you through this year's Memorial Day. It is Memorial Day 2023, and today is the first day of the Veterans Yoga Project Light a Candle campaign, which is a month of memorial and awareness and education in support of VYP's mission, which is to support recovery and resilience in our veterans and military families and communities. So thank you to those of you who hold space for veterans in your life, for those who have served the country, either in the armed forces or as a family member or as an ally in the community. We can't thank you enough for your sacrifices. And today is a day where we remember those who cashed in their blank check and gave the ultimate sacrifice in service. So if there are people who you wish to honor today, please don't hesitate to put their name in the chat or comment their name if you're watching us on YouTube. And we will repeat that name as well as the others that have been submitted to us. And I think as we transition into the last part of our vigil today, we have about 90 minutes left. Let's read this list of names again. Paul Hacker, Nick Newby, Neil Lyons, Jerry Raitt, Dane McCarty, Ron Hastings, Lenny Raitt, Andras Toth, Kirk Kramer, Edward Looney, Alan Oppenheim, Steve Nicholsberg, John Bressahan, Matthew Bea, Alberto Montrine, Lawrence P. Sikora, Charles Adams, Lenny Hellentraul, Harry Crawford, Charles Belgen, J.J. Leonard, Luis Brattlebow, Gary Robinson, Douglas Ray, Brad Jensen, these are just a few of the names of the people that we've lost but are not forgotten. We invite all of you who are spending time with us live or later when you're available to hold space in your heart for the people in your world and your community that have lost their lives during service. In just a moment, we will practice a few more tools of mindful resilience that we at Veterans Yoga Project are hoping will be of service to you as you navigate this day and navigate holding space for those that we've lost. If you're able, consider lighting a candle, either a real one or maybe a plastic candle, a battery candle, whatever you have in memorial. But if that's not available to you, please observe the candles that we are providing today. For the next couple moments, I invite you to simply observe. Observation is a little different than contemplation in that the goal is not to analyze anything or understand anything. The goal is not to change anything or really engage in any way. The goal of observation is simply to observe, to watch, to witness, to take a step back and attempt to allow the world to happen, whether it's the world outside of you or the world inside of you, and see what happens. When you observe the world around you and the world within you in this way, over time, over and over, you can start to create the habit of accepting the world around you and becoming aware of how the world works and how you work. And to hopefully ease the struggle that you might be finding. And we all have a struggle in one way or another. So take the next few moments to find yourself in a comfortable or supported position, whatever that looks like for you. You don't have to look a certain way. You don't have to feel a certain way or act a certain way. The only requirement is to exist and to show up, and you've already done that. So allow yourself now to start to simply observe. Observe the sensations around you, the sights around you. Don't label all the objects, just notice the shapes and the colors without the story about what they are and what those objects mean. Notice what you hear. Allow these sounds to be what they are, where they are. Notice and observe them. Notice anything you smell or taste. Notice anything that your body is touching, even if that's just the clothing on your body or whatever's underneath you. Notice the support of your spine. Notice the support of your breath without changing it or judging it, just observing. Without forcing it or expecting anything in particular, start allowing your breath to become a little easier. Let your belly become softer. Let the muscles around your face and your jaw and your throat become softer. It's natural for your attention to be drawn out to other things to observe, but each time you notice that happening, do your best to bring your attention back to your breath. Let it be an anchor for your attention now that you return to over and over. You might begin to notice that your mind is very distracted. It often draws away to things other than your breath. But remind yourself that that's normal, that you're not doing anything wrong. That's just a brain doing what a brain is designed to do. Just keep observing where your brain goes. Maybe label the distraction. Does your mind often listen to sounds? Does it often tell stories or follow memories? Does it often get tired? What does your mind tend to do? It's not right or wrong, it's just how it is. And then continue to bring your attention back to your breath. Good. Keep noticing. And if you become distracted by something like pain or discomfort, see if you can adjust accordingly to make the practice easier. There's no reason to fight through. You could just adjust and then continue. You haven't done anything wrong. Good. And now begin to let your attention soften. let yourself once again notice your whole body. Notice the air around your body. Notice whatever's underneath your body holding you up. Notice the rest of the room or the space that you're in right now. Once again, just observe what you see, what you hear, anything you smell or taste. Carefully start to bring movement back into your body. Move your fingers and your toes, or start to roll your wrists and your ankles if that feels comfortable to you. Stay mindful, move slowly and carefully, but start to bring yourself back into the world around you instead of just focusing on the world inside of you. Notice how it feels now. Maybe you compare the sensations you're having now to how it felt when you first started this short practice of observation. See if anything feels different, and you might notice nothing. That's okay. Just be aware of that nothing has changed. And in closing of this little practice, I'll invite you to bring your hands towards your heart, either in a prayer position with your thumbs touching your chest, or you might just stack your hands on your chest. Whatever feels right to you is fine. But I'll invite you now to bring your attention to this space around your hands and heart. See if you can bring to mind a sensation of gratitude or an idea of gratitude. It might feel helpful to bring to mind something that you are grateful for, or maybe today you remember someone that you are grateful for. And know that we at Veterans Yoga Project are so grateful for each and every single one of you. You are our mission. Our mission is to support the recovery and resilience of our veterans and military families and communities. So if you're here today, whether you have served or not, you are part of the family. You are part of the community. So thank you. And for those of you who are just joining us, we've just finished a short practice and we'll shortly begin another one as we enter 3 p.m. Pacific time. The last hour of our virtual vigil is about to begin on this Memorial Day 2023. We are Veterans Yoga Project, and every year on Memorial Day, we hold a light a candle vigil where we light candles in remembrance of all those service members who have lost their lives. And at VYP, we also hold really dear in our hearts the people who have served and come home, but are still on the battlefield, who have maybe lost a part of themselves in their service or end up taking their own life. Those people are also our mission and who we are here to help support. But today in particular, if there is a specific person or people who you wish to honor, please put into the chat or into the comments, if you're on YouTube, their name. I would love to add their name to this list that I will read. And this list is names that we've been collecting all day from people like you who have been joining us in small practices as we hold space together on this Memorial Day. Feel free to take a small break and to adjust. Please come and go as you please. We will hold a few minutes of silence here, and then we'll come back in just a few minutes to begin another small practice. If you're just joining us, thank you everyone for coming today, and welcome to the last hour of our Veterans Yoga Project virtual vigil that we hold annually on Memorial Day. This is Memorial Day 2023, our 8th annual Light a Candle. And today starts a month-long campaign that includes awareness and education and fundraising in support of the Veterans Yoga Project mission to support recovery and resilience in our veterans and military families and communities. I know we've been joined today at 3 p.m. local time in 3 other time zones so far in remembrance of those who we've lost. So if there's someone in particular that you wish to honor today, please don't hesitate to type their name into the chat box and I will add them to the list. And then in just a moment, before Deb gets started and leading us in our final practice, I will read this name one more time. And it's a name of list that we've been collecting all day from people just like you who have been joining us from all over the country. I know Deb has a few names to say too, so we'll get started here in just a second. So in honor of Memorial Day 2023, please hold space in your hearts for the people on this list, but also for the people whose names are not on this list, but they are lives lost that will not be forgotten. And then we will hand the mic over to Deb, a very beloved VYP teacher, our former board president, current board member and treasurer, and a longstanding volunteer, AKA Mama Bear, a very important person at VYP. But here is the list of names that we've acquired so far. John Goldane, Clint Phillips, Lawrence Sikora, Charles Adams, Lenny Hellentraul, Harry Crawford, Charles Belgian, J.J. Leonard, Luis Kreidelbaugh, Gary Robinson, Douglas Ray, Brad Jensen, Edward Looney, Kirk Kramer, Andras Toth, Alan Oppenheim, Steve Nicholsberg, John Bressahan, Matthew Bea, Alberto Montrines, Paul Hacker, Nick Newby, Neil Lyons, Ron Hastings, Jerry Raid, Lenny Raid, and Dane McCarty. Thank you all for coming and for sharing space today. And Deb, thank you for coming today to hold space for all of us, and we will hold space for you in exchange. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Alexandra, for your conducting today, holding space. And as we continue for this last hour, may I just ask us all to sit in this time of silence in respect and gratitude to all the men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice. All of us are the keepers of the flame that burns ever so brightly to represent its spirit, the spirit of America. Those who have died for our great country sacrificed their lives in service to something greater than themselves. We honor them when we embrace the same spirit in our own lives and conduct when we uphold the values that our nation cherishes and strives each day to live to. So each of us here are dedicating ourselves to keep alive the memories of those who no longer answer the bugle's call. And to also instill in others why we hold those memories sacred, as we must never allow time to dim their sacrifice in the defense of the justice and freedom for all that we all get to enjoy. So as we sit here in our vigil in silence in their honor, I would like to reflect on the names of the fallen of Marine Helicopter Squadron 463. Major Sean M. Campbell. From College Station, Texas. Corporal Matthew Drown of Spring, Texas. Lance Corporal Ty Hart from Ohmsville, Oregon. Corporal Thomas J. Jardis, Fort Myers, Florida. Captain Brian T. Kennedy from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Corporal Christopher J. Orlando from Hingham, Massachusetts. Captain Kevin T. Roche. Was from St. Louis, Missouri. Sergeant Adam C. Scholler from Gardners, Pennsylvania. Sergeant Dylan J. Semolina. From Chaska, Minnesota. Sergeant Jeffrey A. Sempler from Woodruff, South Carolina. Captain Stephen R. Torbett from Florence, Alabama. Sergeant William J. Turner from Florala, Alabama. In honor of the fallen 6 of Marine Heavy Helicopter Squadron 363. Captain Daniel B. Bertie of Ferndale, Washington. Captain Nathan McHorn from Crystal Island, Illinois. Master Sergeant Travis W. Riddick, Centerville, Iowa. Corporal Jesse W. Stitz, North Bend, Maryland. Corporal Kevin J. Reinhardt of Colony, New Jersey. Corporal Joseph D. Logan of Willis, Texas. we start to come towards the last 5 minutes of our vigil here today, again, I'd like to say all of us are the keepers of the flame that burns ever so brightly to represent its spirit, the spirit of America. Those who died for our great nation, sacrificed their lives in service to something greater than themselves. So on this Memorial Day, we pray for those who courageously lay down their lives for the cause of freedom. May the examples of their sacrifice inspire us in selfless love. Bless the families of all our fallen troops and fill their homes and their lives with your strength and peace. And let each of us dedicate ourselves to keep alive these memories of those who no longer answer the bugler's call and instill in others why we hold their memories sacred, as we must never allow time to dim their sacrifice in defense of justice and freedom for all. I thank you for participating in our 8th annual Light a Candle ceremony, for taking the time to remember those who made that ultimate sacrifice. And as we wind down the last few minutes, I'd like to take the time to remember those in the final bugle call. So thank you. I'd like to just take this last moment, if you care to join me wherever you are, to maybe place your palms together, maybe one hand over your heart, the other hand over your heart. Bow down your head and see if you can find that space within that may feel something like gratitude. And from that place of gratitude, just offer all the men and women throughout the years who sacrificed their lives for the greater good of their fellow men, so that we may enjoy the freedoms that we enjoy. And for all those whose names were spoken today, and for all those names that were not said, but who made that sacrifice, express our gratitude and our deepest appreciation. Thank you for coming today and for being a part of this vigil. I wish you peace. Om Shanti, 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 peace, peace, peace. Thank you,
Thank
Jane.
you.